Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. Morning mist clung to the twisted metal bones of the aeroplane graveyard, creating an ethereal landscape where the remnants of pre-war aviation dreams lay scattered across acres of Commonwealth terrain. The fog transformed the skeletal aircraft into ghostly silhouettes, wings jutting at impossible angles from accumulated debris, fuselage sections half buried in decades of wind-blown soil, cockpit windows reflecting the pale dawn light like vacant eyes watching over their metallic cemetery. Within this graveyard of flight, however, life had found a way to flourish. What had once been a scene of devastation and loss had gradually transformed into something remarkable, a settlement where human ingenuity had breathed new purpose into the bones of dead aircraft. The largest structure, built within the hollowed hull of a massive cargo plane, served as both workshop and home to the settlement's most celebrated resident, a craftsperson whose reputation for creating wonders from waste had begun spreading across the Commonwealth's trading networks. Elena Vasquez emerged from her workshop as the morning light strengthened, stretching muscles that had grown stiff from another night spent hunched over her workbench. Her weathered hands bore the permanent stains of oil and oxidation that marked those who worked intimately with salvage metal, while her keen eyes carried the focused intensity of someone who saw potential where others perceived only debris. The faded vault suit she wore, modified with additional pockets for tools and reinforced at stress points with carefully applied patches, spoke of both her origins and her practical adaptation to wasteland life. The workshop behind her occupied the entire cargo hold of what had once been a military transport aircraft, its cavernous interior now filled with the organized chaos of purposeful creation. Shelving units constructed from aircraft aluminum held thousands of components sorted by type, size, and function. Vacuum tubes arranged by voltage ratings. Servo motors organized by torque specifications. Optical lenses categorized by focal length and clarity. Work tables constructed from wing sections provided stable surfaces for delicate assembly work, while overhead lighting, improvised from aircraft navigation systems, cast focused illumination exactly where needed. "Another successful night, I see," observed Marcus Chen, approaching from the direction of the settlement's communal area with 2 steaming cups of what passed for coffee in the wasteland. His genuine smile reflected the deep respect the community held for Elena's contributions, not merely the practical devices she created, but the sense of purpose and accomplishment her work brought to their collective existence. Elena accepted the cup gratefully, inhaling the bitter aroma that would help transition her from focused work mode to social awareness. "The voice-activated lamp series is finally working consistently," she confirmed, gesturing toward a row of elegant devices arranged on her primary work table. "The acoustic sensors were tricky to calibrate, but I managed to adapt some cockpit communication equipment to provide reliable sound recognition." The lamps she indicated represented typical examples of her craft, functional devices that transcended mere utility to become objects of genuine beauty. Each incorporated aircraft components transformed beyond their original purpose. Cockpit switches reconfigured as manual controls, navigation lights repurposed as illumination elements, communication speakers adapted to serve as acoustic sensors. Most remarkably, every device maintained the sleek, purposeful aesthetic of pre-war aviation design while serving entirely new functions adapted to settlement life. Marcus examined one of the lamps with the careful attention of someone who had learned to appreciate both technical excellence and artistic achievement. Traders from Bunker Hill mentioned these during yesterday's market session. Word is spreading about the graveyard innovations. That's what they're calling your creations in the northern settlements. This news brought mixed emotions to Elena's expression. Pride in her work's recognition balanced against concern about unwanted attention. The Commonwealth contained numerous factions with strong opinions about technology and those who worked with it. Not all of them favorable toward independent innovation. She had deliberately kept her work relatively modest in scope, creating useful but non-threatening devices that improve daily life without suggesting military applications or challenging established power structures. Recognition is gratifying, she acknowledged carefully, but I hope it doesn't attract the wrong kind of interest. My work serves this community first, and I prefer to keep it that way. Their conversation was interrupted by the excited voice of Jamie Rodriguez, Elena's teenage apprentice, calling from the workshop entrance. Elena, come see what I found in the new section yesterday. I think you're going to want to examine this personally. Elena and Marcus exchanged glances. Jamie's enthusiasm was infectious, but occasionally led to discoveries of questionable value. However, the young woman's natural talent for identifying useful components among apparent debris had proven valuable enough to encourage her developing instincts. Elena followed Jamie into the workshop, curious about whatever had generated such excitement. Look at this, Jamie announced proudly, indicating a partially disassembled device on her personal workstation. Found it in the electronics bay of that bomber section we opened up last week. Took me 3 days to extract it without damage, but I think it's some kind of advanced servo control system. Elena approached the device with immediate professional interest. The component Jamie had uncovered was indeed remarkable. A compact assembly of motors, sensors, and control circuits, far more sophisticated than the standard aircraft systems she typically worked with. The manufacturing quality and component integration suggested military rather than civilian application, possibly experimental equipment that had been undergoing testing when the bombs fell. Excellent identification, Jamie, Elena confirmed, carefully examining the device without disturbing Jamie's disassembly work. This appears to be a prototype articulation controller, designed for fine manipulation tasks requiring extreme precision. The servo resolution and feedback systems are extraordinarily advanced, even by pre-war standards. Jamie beamed at the recognition, her confidence boosted by Eleanor's professional assessment. I was thinking we could incorporate it into one of the Nuka-Cola service robots. The standard motor systems work fine for basic drink dispensing, but this could enable much more sophisticated interaction capabilities. This suggestion demonstrated both Jamie's developing technical understanding and her intuitive grasp of the artistic possibilities inherent in Elena's work. The Nuka-Cola service robots had become one of Elena's most popular creations. Whimsical automatons that served drinks with programmed personality, created from salvaged vending machine components and various aircraft systems. Enhanced articulation would allow far more expressive movement and interactive capability. Intriguing possibilities, Elena mused, already visualizing potential applications. However, let's complete the analysis before planning implementation. Advanced military prototypes sometimes contain unexpected features or limitations that aren't immediately apparent. As Elena and Jamie settled into detailed technical examination of the servo controller, Marcus departed to handle his own responsibilities within the settlement's daily operations. The airplane graveyard had evolved into a self-sufficient community over the years since Elena's arrival, with each resident contributing specialized skills that supported their collective independence. Marcus managed trade relationships and external communication, ensuring their settlement maintained positive relationships with nearby communities while avoiding entanglement with larger factional conflicts. The morning progressed with the measured rhythm characteristic of Elena's work sessions. Methodical disassembly and analysis, careful documentation of discoveries, thoughtful planning for potential applications. Jamie proved an attentive student, asking perceptive questions and offering observations that demonstrated her growing understanding of both technical principles and design philosophy. These teaching moments provided Elena with some of her greatest satisfaction, sharing knowledge that would continue creating beauty and utility long after her own hands could no longer work with such precision. The feedback systems are what make this remarkable, Elena explained as they examined the controller's sensor assembly. Standard servo motors respond to basic position commands, move this far, rotate this much, but this system provides continuous monitoring of position, velocity, and even force resistance. It can adapt its movement based on what it encounters, making it capable of remarkably delicate manipulation. Jamie studied the sensor components with fascination, her natural mechanical aptitude allowing her to grasp concepts that would challenge more experienced technicians lacking her intuitive understanding. So, it could handle different objects without being reprogrammed for each one, like adjusting grip strength automatically based on whether it's holding glass or metal? Exactly, Elena confirmed, pleased by her apprentice's quick comprehension. The applications for service robotics are extraordinary. We could create automatons capable of far more sophisticated interaction with settlement residents, potentially handling complex tasks that currently require direct human attention. Their technical discussion was interrupted by Marcus's voice calling from outside the workshop, his tone carrying unusual urgency. Elena, you need to see this. We have visitors approaching from the Eastern Road. Brotherhood of Steel Patrol. Full power armor complement. They're requesting permission to enter the settlement. Eleanor felt immediate tension replace her technical enthusiasm. The Brotherhood of Steel maintained complex relationships with Commonwealth settlements, their attitudes toward independent technology varying significantly based on circumstances and local leadership. While not inherently hostile to civilian innovation, their doctrinal concerns about technological proliferation could easily extend to someone producing the sophisticated devices that had made her work famous throughout the region. Jamie, secure the workshop, Eleanor directed, her voice maintaining calm authority despite her underlying concern. Standard protocols, nothing obviously technical visible from casual observation. Advanced projects move to secure storage, but don't make it appear we're hiding things deliberately, just normal organization. Jamie immediately began implementing the security procedures they had established for exactly this type of situation. Techniques developed through Elena's understanding of how different factions might perceive her work. Sophisticated devices were moved to concealed storage areas built into the aircraft's structure, while simpler, more obviously beneficial creations remained visible. The goal was not deception, but appropriate presentation, demonstrating technological capability without suggesting military applications or challenging Brotherhood authority regarding advanced systems. Elena adjusted her own appearance, adding a settlement leader's armband that Marcus had given her years earlier, and straightening her vault suit to present a more official appearance. While she preferred focusing on technical work rather than diplomacy, her position as the settlement's most notable resident meant she often served as their de facto representative during interactions with outside groups. Moving to the workshop entrance, Elena observed the approaching Brotherhood patrol with professional assessment rather than fear. 4 figures in T-60 power armor moved in disciplined formation along the settlement's main approach, their movements demonstrating the tactical awareness characteristic of Brotherhood operations, while maintaining non-aggressive posture appropriate for diplomatic contact. Most encouraging, one figure carried the distinctive equipment pack of a Brotherhood scribe rather than pure combat loadout, suggesting their interest might be scholarly rather than regulatory. Marcus had positioned himself at the settlement's entrance with several other residents, creating a welcoming but organized reception that demonstrated their community's stability and cooperation. Elena joined this group, taking position that identified her as a leader, while maintaining respectful distance appropriate for initial contact with an unknown Brotherhood unit. The patrol halted at courteous distance, their leader removing his helmet to reveal the weathered features of an experienced paladin. His expression carried professional assessment rather than hostility, while his eyes scanned the settlement with the measured valuation of someone determining potential rather than seeking threats. "I am Paladin Garrett of the Brotherhood of Steel," he announced, his voice carrying the authority common to Brotherhood field commanders. "We're conducting routine patrol through this region and received reports of unusual technological activity originating from this location. We'd like to conduct brief assessment to ensure compliance with Brotherhood protocols regarding advanced technology." Elena stepped forward, presenting herself with confident professionalism. "Welcome to Haven Yards, Paladin Garrett. I am Elena Vasquez, Settlement Coordinator and Primary Technician. We'd be happy to provide any information you require. Our work here focuses on practical applications of salvage materials for settlement improvement rather than advanced technology development." This introduction struck the appropriate balance, acknowledging Brotherhood authority while presenting her activities in terms that aligned with their stated mission of protecting civilian populations from dangerous technology. The distinction between practical applications and advanced technology was subtle but significant in Brotherhood doctrine, potentially determining their response to her innovation. The scribe accompanying the patrol stepped forward, removing her helmet to reveal an intelligent face marked by genuine curiosity rather than suspicion. "I am Scribe Vartian." She introduced herself with the measured courtesy characteristic of Brotherhood scholars. "We've received reports from multiple settlements about remarkable devices originating from this location. Household automatons, adapted lighting systems, precision tools that demonstrate sophisticated engineering. We're interested in understanding the source and nature of these innovations." Eleanor appreciated both the directness of the inquiry and the scholarly rather than regulatory tone in which it was presented. Scribe Vartian's approach suggested genuine intellectual interest rather than enforcement action, creating opportunity for productive dialogue about her work and its implications. "I'd be pleased to demonstrate our methods and creations," Elena responded, gesturing toward her workshop. "Most of our innovation involves repurposing aircraft components for civilian applications, nothing that approaches military technology or advanced systems that might concern Brotherhood doctrine." Paladin Garrett considered this invitation with careful assessment, clearly weighing security protocols against the diplomatic value of demonstrating cooperation. "Acceptable. However, standard protocols require that only Scribe Vartian conduct detailed technical assessment. The remainder of my team will maintain security perimeter." This arrangement aligned well with Eleanor's preferences, technical discussion with a qualified audience, while avoiding the intimidating presence of multiple power-armored soldiers within her workspace. She led Scribe Vartian toward the workshop, while Marcus coordinated with Paladin Garrett regarding his team's positioning and any needs they might have during their assessment. As they entered the workshop, Scribe Vartian's expression transformed from professional courtesy to genuine amazement. The organized complexity of Alina's operation clearly exceeded her expectations, while the quality and sophistication of visible work demonstrated capabilities that warranted serious consideration rather than dismissive evaluation. Remarkable, Vartian observed, studying the workshop's layout with expert appreciation. The component organization alone represents significant technical understanding, and these devices... She approached Eleanor's display area, examining the voice-activated lamps with careful attention to their construction and integration. Elena felt cautious optimism at the scribe's positive response. Each piece incorporates multiple aircraft systems repurposed for civilian functionality. The voice recognition system, for example, combines cockpit communication sensors with navigation computer processing power, creating acoustic responsiveness without requiring advanced artificial intelligence or autonomous decision-making. This explanation demonstrated Elena's awareness of Brotherhood concerns about autonomous systems, while emphasizing the practical rather than theoretical nature of her innovations. The distinction was crucial. Brotherhood doctrine generally accepted human-controlled technology, while maintaining significant reservations about fully autonomous systems that might operate independently of human oversight. Scribe Vartian activated one of the lamps using voice command, observing its response with professional fascination. The acoustic processing is remarkably sophisticated. How did you achieve such reliable voice recognition using pre-war components not originally designed for this application? Careful calibration and component matching, Elena explained, pleased by the technical focus of Vartian's questions. Aircraft communication systems were designed for voice recognition in high-noise environments, so they possessed excellent acoustic processing capabilities. The challenge was adapting their programming for household commands rather than military protocols. As their technical discussion continued, Jamie emerged from the secure storage area where she had been organizing advanced projects. Her natural curiosity overcame her caution as she observed the obviously knowledgeable scribe engaging seriously with Elena's work, creating an opportunity for learning that rarely presented itself in their isolated settlement. "This is my apprentice, Jamie Rodriguez," Elena introduced her student with evident pride. She has exceptional talent for identifying valuable components and understanding their potential applications. Scribe Vartian acknowledged Jamie with respectful attention, recognizing both her youth and her obvious technical competence. "What's your assessment of this work, Jamie? What aspects do you find most challenging or rewarding?" Jamie responded with enthusiasm, tempered by awareness of the conversation's importance. "The most exciting part is discovering how systems designed for one purpose can be adapted for completely different applications, like the servo controller we were examining this morning. Originally designed for military precision manipulation, but it could enable service robots to interact much more naturally with people." This comment immediately focused Scribe Vartian's attention, her expression shifting to heightened interest. "Military servo controller? May I examine this component?" Eleanor felt momentary tension at the unexpected direction of the conversation, but recognized that attempting to conceal the discovery would create more suspicion than open discussion. "Certainly. Jamie uncovered it during systematic salvage of a bomber section. We've been analyzing its construction to understand potential civilian applications. She led Vartian to Jamie's workstation, where the disassembled servo controller remained displayed for analysis. The scribe's examination was methodical and thorough, her expertise allowing rapid assessment of the device's specifications and potential capabilities. "This is indeed military hardware," Vartian confirmed after several minutes of examination. Specifically, it appears to be a prototype manipulator controller designed for bomb disposal robotics. The precision and feedback capabilities would enable extremely delicate work in hazardous environments. Elena appreciated both the identification and the implicit assessment that the device had beneficial rather than threatening applications. Would such components be problematic from a Brotherhood perspective? Our intended applications focus entirely on improving settlement life, service robotics, precision manufacturing, household convenience systems. Scribe Vartian considered this question with obvious thoughtfulness, clearly weighing doctrinal concerns against practical assessment of the technology's implications. The Brotherhood's primary concern involves preventing dangerous technology from being misused or falling into hostile hands. Components like this, properly applied to civilian improvement projects, actually align well with our mission objectives. This assessment brought visible relief to both Elena and Jamie, confirming that their work wouldn't be classified as threatening Brotherhood interests. However, Varshan's next comment introduced new complexity to the situation. However, the sophistication of your innovations and the quality of your engineering suggest capabilities that might be valuable to Brotherhood operations. Have you considered contributing your expertise to our technological preservation efforts? Elena recognized this as a diplomatic recruitment overture, an invitation to join Brotherhood operations rather than continue independent work. While clearly intended as an honor, such an arrangement would fundamentally change both her work and her relationship with the settlement community that had become her home. Honored by this suggestion, Elena responded carefully, but my commitment is to this community and the people who depend on my work here. Is there perhaps a middle path that might serve both Brotherhood interests and our settlement's needs? This question demonstrated Elena's diplomatic awareness while expressing her priorities clearly. Rather than rejecting Brotherhood collaboration outright, she was exploring arrangements that might benefit both parties, without requiring her to abandon her chosen home and purpose. Scribe Vartian nodded approvingly at this response, her expression suggesting she had hoped for exactly this type of thoughtful engagement. Actually, yes. The Brotherhood has been developing cooperative arrangements with settlements that contribute to regional stability and technological advancement. We could establish formal recognition of your work, provide access to additional resources and components, and create knowledge-sharing arrangements that benefit both our archives and your innovations. This proposal offered exactly the type of solution Elena had hoped might exist. Formal recognition and support without loss of independence or abandonment of her community responsibilities. Such an arrangement could provide access to Brotherhood resources while maintaining her ability to focus on civilian applications rather than military projects. Sounds very promising, Elena confirmed. What would such an arrangement require from our perspective? Primarily documentation of your innovations for Brotherhood archives, occasional consultation when we encounter problems requiring your particular expertise, and agreement to inform us of any discoveries that might have broader implications for regional stability. Vartian paused, considering additional details. In exchange, you would receive formal Brotherhood recognition as a technical consultant, access to our supply networks for components and materials, and protective status that would discourage interference from other factions. Elena exchanged glances with Jamie, whose expression reflected excited enthusiasm for the possibilities such an arrangement might create. Access to Brotherhood supply networks would dramatically expand the scope of their possible innovations, while formal recognition would provide security against potential problems with other Commonwealth factions. I would need to discuss this with our settlement leadership, Elena responded, maintaining appropriate diplomatic protocol. But personally, I find the proposal very attractive. It would allow us to continue our work while contributing to broader technological advancement throughout the Commonwealth. As their technical and diplomatic discussion continued, the afternoon progressed toward evening. Paladin Garrett's security team had established comfortable positions around the settlement perimeter, their presence notable but non-threatening as they maintained standard Brotherhood vigilance protocols. Several settlement residents had engaged the soldiers in casual conversation, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect rather than tension or suspicion. Marcus returned to the workshop as Elena and Scribe Vartian were finalizing discussion of potential cooperative arrangements, his expression reflecting satisfaction with how the day's developments had progressed. Paladin Garrett has completed his security assessment, he reported. He's expressed appreciation for our settlement's organization and stability. Apparently, they've encountered numerous locations where scavenged technology was being misused or had created hazardous conditions. This news confirmed that Brotherhood concerns about independent technology were based on legitimate problems they had observed elsewhere, rather than blanket opposition to civilian innovation. Elena's careful approach to her work, emphasizing beneficial applications and maintaining appropriate safety protocols, had apparently aligned well with Brotherhood standards for responsible technology use. Scribe Vartian has proposed a formal cooperation agreement, Elena explained to Marcus. We would maintain our independence while providing documentation and occasional consultation to Brotherhood operations. In exchange, we would receive formal recognition, resource access, and protective status. Marcus considered this proposal with the practical assessment that characterized his approach to settlement leadership. Sounds like an ideal arrangement. We maintain our autonomy while gaining security and resources to expand our capabilities. Have you discussed implementation timelines? Initial documentation could begin immediately, Vartian confirmed. I would remain here for several days to assist with the process and evaluate additional innovations that might warrant inclusion in Brotherhood archives. Formal agreement processing would take approximately 2 weeks through Brotherhood administrative channels. As evening approached, the settlement prepared to host their Brotherhood visitors overnight, an arrangement that reflected both practical necessity and the diplomatic value of extended interaction. Elena offered to demonstrate additional innovations by lamplight, while Jamie prepared detailed documentation of the servo controller analysis they had completed. The atmosphere was one of productive collaboration rather than regulatory inspection, exactly the outcome Elena had hoped for when the patrol first appeared. Working by the gentle illumination of her voice-activated lamps, Elena demonstrated the Nuka-Cola service robots that had become one of her most popular creations. The whimsical automatons performed their programmed routines with mechanical precision, serving beverages while displaying personality subroutines that brought smiles to observers, despite their obviously artificial nature. The personality programming is particularly ingenious, Scribe Vartian observed, as one robot delivered her a perfectly chilled Nuka-Cola while making cheerful conversation about the weather. You've achieved engaging interaction without approaching true artificial intelligence. Exactly the balance Brotherhood doctrine considers appropriate for civilian robotics. Elena appreciated this recognition of her careful approach to robotic programming. The goal was creating helpful companions rather than thinking machines. They respond to social cues and maintain conversation patterns, but all responses are carefully scripted rather than generated autonomously. They enhance daily life without raising concerns about robotic independence or decision-making. As the evening's demonstrations concluded, Elena found herself reflecting on how dramatically the day had transformed her circumstances. What had begun as routine technical work had evolved into formal recognition from one of the Commonwealth's most influential factions, opening possibilities for expanded innovation while maintaining the community focus that gave her work meaning. Tomorrow, we'll begin formal documentation of your current innovations, Scrapyard suggested as they prepared for evening rest. I'm particularly interested in your methodology for component analysis and repurposing techniques. Such knowledge could significantly benefit Brotherhood operations, while being preserved for future generations. Eleanor nodded agreement, already anticipating the satisfaction of sharing techniques she had developed through years of careful experimentation. I'd also like to discuss potential applications for that servo control Jamie discovered. With Brotherhood resource access, we might be able to create service robotics that truly transform settlement life throughout the Commonwealth. The airplane graveyard settled into peaceful evening quiet, its twisted metal bones now sheltering not just Eleanor's workshop, but the promise of expanded innovation that could benefit communities throughout the region. The balance between independence and cooperation that Elena had achieved represented exactly the type of pragmatic solution that defined successful survival in the post-war world. Maintaining personal values while adapting to changing circumstances, finding strength through alliance rather than isolation. As stars emerged in the clear Commonwealth sky, illuminating the skeletal aircraft that had found new purpose as the foundation for human community, Elena prepared for sleep with the satisfaction of meaningful work accomplished and promising opportunities ahead. Her creations would continue serving the settlement that had become her home, while also contributing to the broader preservation of knowledge and technology that defined Brotherhood objectives. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and possibilities, but tonight represented the successful resolution of concerns that had worried her since reports of her innovations began spreading throughout the region. Through careful craftsmanship, diplomatic awareness, and commitment to beneficial applications, she had transformed potential conflict into cooperative opportunity. Exactly the type of solution that honored both her technical skills and her values as a member of a community built from the bones of the old world. While Elena Vasquez settled into peaceful sleep within her aircraft hull workshop, surrounded by the gentle hum of her functioning creations, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another story of wasteland ingenuity was unfolding. Deep in a sprawling scrapyard where mountains of salvaged metal created a labyrinthine landscape, a solitary figure worked by torchlight among the mechanical companions they had assembled from decades of careful collection. Unaware that their latest discovery would soon transform their chosen isolation into reluctant leadership. Join us for the Scrapyard King. The Commonwealth dawn broke slowly over the vast expanse of twisted metal and accumulated debris that formed Salvage Ridge, a sprawling scrapyard that had grown organically over decades of systematic collection and careful organization. Morning mist clung to towering piles of automotive remains, pre-war appliances, and industrial machinery, creating an ethereal landscape where the detritus of civilization had been transformed into something approaching art through methodical arrangement and purposeful preservation. At the heart of this metallic kingdom, a solitary figure emerged from a retrofitted shipping container that served as both home and workshop. Marcus Gears. Hendricks stretched his weathered frame against the morning chill, his keen eyes automatically scanning the organized chaos that surrounded him with the satisfied assessment of someone who understood the value hidden within apparent waste. His clothing, a practical combination of reinforced work coveralls and salvage protective gear, bore the permanent stains and patches that marked those who worked intimately with reclaimed materials. The scrapyard represented more than mere accumulated refuse. It was a carefully curated collection of technological possibility, organized according to principles that would have seemed incomprehensible to casual observers, but made perfect sense to someone who spent decades understanding the hidden relationships between disparate components. Automotive sections occupied the eastern quadrant, sorted by manufacture and component type. Pre-war electronics filled the northern area, arranged by function and operational status. Industrial machinery dominated the western approach, while the southern section contained the more esoteric finds, military equipment, experimental devices, and components whose original purpose remained mysterious, even to Marcus's experienced assessment. "Good morning, Oliver." Marcus addressed the Protectron unit that emerged from a charging alcove built into the side of his container home. The robot's yellow optical sensors flickered with electronic acknowledgement as its internal systems completed the daily startup sequence that Marcus had carefully programmed to optimize its functionality while preserving its increasingly irreplaceable components. "Good morning, Marcus," Oliver replied in the mechanically precise voice characteristic of his model, though years of careful modification and programming had given his responses a subtle warmth that distinguished him from standard Protectron units. Overnight parameter sensors detected no significant intrusions. Weather monitoring indicates favorable conditions for excavation activities today. The relationship between Marcus and Oliver exemplified the scrapyard owner's unique approach to technology, seeing potential for companionship and cooperation where others perceived only mechanical utility. Oliver had been discovered years earlier in a damaged state, his combat protocols corrupted, and his personality matrix partially degraded. Rather than simply repairing the robot for basic function, Marcus had spent months carefully reconstructing Oliver's programming, creating not just a functional assistant but a genuine companion whose electronic consciousness had evolved through their daily interactions. Marcus moved through his morning routine with the measured efficiency of long-established habit, checking the perimeter security systems he had constructed from salvaged military components, reviewing the automated sorting mechanisms that continued operating through the night, assessing the condition of his more delicate restoration projects. The scrapyard operated according to principles of sustainable reclamation rather than mere accumulation, with every component serving either immediate utility or future potential. The centerpiece of his domain was the excavation site, a carefully planned dig into a section of buried shipping containers that had been uncovered during expansion of the scrapyard's southern boundary. Military markings and specialized construction suggested these containers had held valuable cargo when the bombs fell, their contents potentially preserved by the same protective measures that had shielded them from direct nuclear effects. Marcus approached each excavation session with the methodical patience of an archaeologist, understanding that hasty work might damage irreplaceable finds. "Oliver, bring the precision excavation tools," Marcus directed as he examined the partially exposed container that had occupied his attention for the past several days. "Today we should be able to access the primary storage compartment. Sensor readings suggest significant metallic content, possibly intact electronic components." The robot complied with mechanical efficiency, retrieving a collection of specialized tools that Marcus had modified specifically for delicate excavation work. Standard construction equipment, would have expedited the process but risked damaging whatever lay within the buried containers. Marcus's approach emphasized preservation over speed, treating each dig as an opportunity to recover rather than merely uncover. Working in comfortable coordination with Oliver, Marcus carefully removed layers of accumulated debris and hardened soil from around the container's access mechanisms. The work required both physical effort and technical skill, understanding the container's construction well enough to locate proper entry points without damaging structural integrity or internal contents. Years of experience had taught him to read the subtle signs that indicated a container's condition and potential contents before full exposure. Locking mechanism appears intact, Marcus observed as he cleared the final debris from the container's primary access panel. Military-grade construction, designed for extended storage under adverse conditions. Whatever's inside was considered valuable enough to warrant this level of protection. Oliver positioned illumination equipment to provide optimal visibility while Marcus examined the container's locking system with careful attention to both its security features and its operational requirements. The mechanism represented sophisticated engineering. Multiple redundant systems designed to protect contents from both unauthorized access and environmental degradation over extended periods. Container designation indicates prohibitive storage classification, Oliver noted, his optical sensors analyzing the faded markings that remain visible on the container's exterior. Military Research Division, Experimental Equipment Subdivision. Contents likely represent advanced technology for its era. His assessment elevated Marcus's careful approach to reverent precision. Prototype military equipment from the pre-war period could represent either extraordinary technological advancement or dangerous experimental systems that required extreme caution in handling. His methodical nature served him well in such situations, proceeding with appropriate care regardless of potential discoveries, rather than rushing toward potentially hazardous revelations. The locking mechanism yielded to patient work with appropriate tools, its sophisticated systems responding to careful manipulation rather than brute force. As the heavy door swung open on well-maintained hinges, Marcus felt the familiar thrill of discovery that made solitary scavenging worthwhile despite its inherent dangers and isolation. The container's interior revealed itself gradually as his portable lighting system illuminated storage systems that had remained sealed for centuries. Within the container, military storage protocols had preserved equipment in remarkably pristine condition. Foam-lined compartments held components secured against shock and environmental damage, while desiccant systems had maintained optimal humidity levels despite the passage of centuries. Most prominently displayed was a device unlike anything in Marcus's extensive experience. A compact assembly of electronics and energy systems, whose purpose remained mysterious, but whose sophisticated construction suggested significant importance. Oliver, begin detailed documentation, Marcus directed, as he prepared for systematic examination of the container's contents. Photograph everything in original position before disturbing any components. This level of preservation is extraordinary. We need to record exactly how everything was arranged. While Oliver methodically documented the find, Marcus studied the mysterious central device with growing fascination. Its construction combined familiar electronic principles with design elements he couldn't immediately identify, suggesting technological advancement beyond standard pre-war military equipment. Power systems appeared intact, while control interfaces maintained the ergonomic design characteristic of equipment intended for field operation rather than laboratory research. Technical documentation stored alongside the device provided crucial context for understanding its purpose and capabilities. According to the preserved materials, the system was designated Electronic Disruption Field Generator Mark 6, a non-lethal area denial system designed to temporarily disable electronic equipment within a significant radius without causing permanent damage. Military applications focused on disabling enemy communications and automated systems while preserving equipment for later recovery and analysis. Fascinating, Marcus murmured as he studied the technical specifications with growing appreciation for the device's elegant engineering. Complete electromagnetic disruption without permanent damage. It could disable hostile robots, power armor systems, even vehicles, but everything would return to normal function once the field dissipated. This discovery represented exactly the type of find that made Marcus's methodical approach to scavenging worthwhile. The device offered significant defensive potential without the ethical complications of lethal weapons. A tool for protection rather than aggression, perfectly suited to someone who preferred deterrence to destruction. More intriguingly, its non-destructive nature meant it could be tested and demonstrated without risking irreplaceable components or causing unintended harm. Over the following days, Marcus devoted himself to understanding the device's construction and operational requirements with the focused intensity that characterized his approach to significant technological finds. Oliver assisted with analysis and documentation, his electronic systems providing detailed assessment of the device's power requirements and control mechanisms. Together, they established a comprehensive understanding of both its capabilities and its limitations. Our requirements are substantial, but manageable, Marcus concluded after completing his assessment. The fusion battery system appears designed for extended operation, while the field generator can be configured for various radii and intensity levels. Most importantly, all effects are temporary, no permanent damage to affected systems. Testing the device required careful consideration of potential consequences, particularly given the scrapyard's proximity to established trade routes where unexpected electronic disruption might affect innocent travelers. Marcus established a controlled testing environment in an isolated section of the yard, using expendable electronic equipment to evaluate the device's effects without risking valuable components or creating hazardous conditions. The first activation brought remarkable results. Within the device's operational radius, electronic systems simply ceased functioning, not destroyed or damaged, but temporarily inert as though their power sources had been disconnected. When the field deactivated, everything resumed normal operation without apparent ill effects. The technology represented a perfect balance between effectiveness and restraint, offering complete protection against electronic threats without causing irreversible consequences. Word of Marcus's discovery spread gradually through the Commonwealth's informal communication networks, the whispered conversations between traders, the casual observations shared at settlement gatherings, the professional assessments exchanged among those who made their living from salvaged technology. Unlike more dramatic discoveries that might have attracted immediate attention from major factions, the device's defensive nature created interest without generating alarm. The first refugees appeared within a week of the device's existence becoming known. Sarah Chen arrived with her 2 young children, fleeing a settlement where factional violence had made normal life impossible. Her weathered face bore the exhausted relief of someone who had finally found sanctuary after extended exposure to wasteland dangers, while her children displayed the wariness common to those who had learned early that safety was never guaranteed. "I heard you had something that could keep the bad robots away," she explained as Marcus allowed her small family to establish shelter among the scrapyard's more organized sections. My husband was killed by a sentry bot that had gone rogue near our old settlement. The children have nightmares about machines now, but they need somewhere safe to live. Marcus found himself unexpectedly moved by the family's circumstances, his years of solitary existence having somewhat insulated him from direct exposure to the human costs of wasteland violence. The device he had discovered offered exactly the type of protection they needed: security against automated threats without the moral complications of lethal defense systems. "You're welcome to stay," he assured Sarah, already mentally adjusting his routines to accommodate residents who would require more social interaction than he had experienced in years. The device can establish a protective field around the living areas. Nothing electronic can function within its range, which means no hostile robots, no power armor, no automated weapons systems. Within days, additional refugees began arriving. Individuals and families drawn by reports of a sanctuary where electronic threats could be neutralized without violence. Marcus watched his solitary domain transform into an impromptu community as people established shelters among the organized piles of salvage, creating a settlement that grew organically around the principles of mutual protection and shared vulnerability. Quinn Nakamura arrived during the second week, her engineer's training evident in the way she assessed the scrapyard's layout and organization with professional appreciation. Unlike the other refugees who had fled immediate threats, Quinn had been exiled from her settlement due to political disagreements about resource allocation and technological development, making her Marcus's first resident with comparable technical expertise. "Impressive operation," she observed, as Marcus provided orientation to the scrapyard's various sections and organizational principles. The systematic approach to salvage and restoration demonstrates remarkable understanding of technological relationships. "Have you considered the broader implications of what you've created here?" Marcus paused in his explanation, recognizing that Quinn's question addressed issues he had been avoiding through focus on immediate practical concerns. "I've been concentrating on helping people find safety. The broader implications seem less important than providing sanctuary for those who need it." Quinn nodded thoughtfully, her expression reflecting the careful consideration of someone accustomed to analyzing complex problems from multiple perspectives. "What you've created is more than sanctuary. It's a demonstration that security can be achieved through deterrence rather than force. The community forming here represents a unique social experiment in collaborative survival without hierarchical authority or violent enforcement." This observation forced Marcus to acknowledge that his simple desire to help refugees had evolved into something more complex and significant. The growing community required coordination and leadership that he felt unprepared to provide, having spent years deliberately avoiding the social complications that came with group responsibility. Yet the alternative, abandoning people who had found safety in his creation, seemed unconscionable. "I'm not sure I'm qualified to lead a community," Marcus admitted, his natural inclination towards solitary work conflicting with the obvious needs of the people who had sought shelter in his scrapyard. "I understand technology and salvage, but managing people requires different skills entirely." Quinn's response reflected both understanding of his concerns and appreciation for the unique circumstances they faced. "Perhaps leadership here doesn't need to follow traditional models. Your technical expertise created the security that makes this community possible. Others can contribute different skills: organization, communication, resource management, without undermining your role as the person whose discovery made it all feasible." This collaborative approach appealed to Marcus's preference for practical solutions over theoretical authority. Rather than assuming responsibility for all aspects of community management, he could focus on his strengths: while allowing others to contribute their specialized knowledge to collective problems. The arrangement would preserve his essential work while sharing the burden of leadership among those best qualified for specific challenges. Over the following weeks, the Scrapyard community established informal but effective governance based on voluntary cooperation and shared responsibility. Marcus maintained authority over technical matters and resource allocation from salvage operations, while Sarah organized childcare and domestic arrangements. Quinn managed external relations and security planning, and other residents contributed according to their abilities and interests. The electromagnetic disruption device served as both practical protection and symbolic foundation for their unique social experiment. Its presence created a zone where traditional power dynamics based on superior weaponry or technology became irrelevant. Anyone entering the field lost access to advanced equipment, creating fundamental equality that forced resolution of conflicts through negotiation rather than force. Testing day to day, Marcus announced one morning as he prepared to demonstrate the device's capabilities to a group of suspicious traders who had requested verification of the community's protective claims. The merchants had expressed interest in establishing regular supply relationships, but required assurance that their advanced equipment wouldn't be damaged by the defensive system. Marcus activated the device at minimum power settings, creating a localized field that encompassed only the immediate demonstration area. The traders' Pip-Boys immediately ceased functioning. Their power armor systems entered standby mode, and their energy weapons became inert, all without visible distress or apparent damage to the equipment. When the field deactivated moments later, everything resumed normal operation as though nothing had occurred. "Remarkable," observed the lead trader, examining his reactivated Pip-Boy with professional fascination. "Complete disruption without permanent effects. Your defensive capabilities are exactly as reported. Total protection against electronic threats without the collateral damage associated with more conventional security systems." This demonstration established the community's reputation throughout the regional trading network as a unique sanctuary where safety was guaranteed through technological deterrence rather than violent enforcement. The arrangement attracted not only refugees seeking protection but also merchants interested in establishing secure storage facilities and traders seeking neutral ground for sensitive negotiation. As autumn approached, the Scrapyard community had evolved into a stable settlement of nearly 30 residents, each contributing specialized skills to their collective success. Children attended informal school sessions organized by former teachers among the refugees, while adults pursued various productive activities: salvage processing, equipment repair, agricultural development in cleared areas between the metal piles, and craft production using reclaimed materials. Marcus found himself adapting to community leadership with surprising success, his technical expertise providing natural authority, while his collaborative approach encouraged resident participation in decision-making. The electromagnetic disruption device remained their primary defense, but the community's reputation for neutrality and fair dealing had eliminated most external threats through diplomatic rather than technological means. "Incoming visitors," Quinn announced during one of their regular evening planning sessions, where community members gathered to discuss current issues and coordinate upcoming activities. "Caravan from the capital wasteland, requesting permission to establish temporary encampment while conducting business in the region. They've heard about our neutral status and want to use our facilities for secure negotiations with local settlements." This request represented exactly the type of opportunity that validated their community's unique approach to wasteland survival. By providing security through deterrence rather than exclusion, they had created value that extended beyond simple refugee sanctuary. to include commercial and diplomatic services that benefited the broader region. Standard protocols apply, Marcus confirmed, his comfort with leadership decisions having grown through months of successful community management. Full disclosure about the defensive system, agreement to community guidelines during their stay, and standard fees for extended encampment. The device will remain active during their visit, ensuring equal security for all residents and visitors. The capital wasteland caravan's visit proceeded smoothly, their experienced traders adapting easily to temporary equipment limitations, while appreciating the absolute security the electromagnetic field provided for sensitive business discussions. Their successful stay enhanced the community's reputation as a reliable neutral ground, attracting additional commercial interest that provided sustainable economic foundation for continued growth. As winter approached, Marcus reflected on the extraordinary transformation his discovery had created. What began as a simple desire to understand an unusual piece of pre-war technology had evolved into leadership of a unique community that demonstrated alternative approaches to wasteland survival. The electromagnetic disruption device had provided not just offensive capability, but the foundation for social organization based on equality and cooperation, rather than hierarchical authority or violent enforcement. "Community meeting tonight," Oliver announced as he completed his daily maintenance rounds, his programming having evolved to include social coordination functions that Marcus had never explicitly installed, but which had developed through their extended interaction with multiple residents. Agenda includes winter preparation planning and resource allocation discussion. Marcus nodded acknowledgement, already anticipating the collaborative problem-solving session that would address seasonal challenges through collective expertise rather than authoritarian decision-making. The community's success had validated his instinctive preference for cooperation over control, creating sustainable social organization that preserved individual autonomy while providing collective security. The evening meeting convened in the central area where Marcus had originally tested the electromagnetic device, its regular use for community gatherings having transformed the space from technical workspace to social center. Residents gathered in comfortable arrangements on salvage seating, their relaxed interaction reflecting the trust and mutual respect that had developed through months of successful cooperation. "Winter supply assessment looks positive," Sarah reported, her coordination of domestic arrangements having evolved into comprehensive resource management responsibilities. "Food stores adequate for projected population through spring, heating fuel sufficient for essential areas, medical supplies maintained at safe levels through trading relationships established over the past months." Quinn supplemented this domestic assessment with external security analysis, her engineering background having expanded to include strategic planning for community defense and diplomatic relations. Regional political situation remains stable, no factional conflicts threatening neutral status. Several settlements have requested assistance with technical problems, creating opportunities for expanded trading relationships based on our specialized expertise. These reports reflected the community's evolution from desperate sanctuary to stable settlement that contributed value to the broader Commonwealth through unique capabilities and neutral status. Marcus felt genuine satisfaction at how effectively their collaborative approach had addressed both immediate survival needs and long-term sustainability requirements. "The device continues operating at optimal efficiency," Marcus added, providing technical assessment of their primary defensive system. "Power consumption remains within sustainable parameters, field generation maintains consistent coverage, and all components show minimal wear despite regular operation. Backup systems remain fully functional in case primary systems require maintenance." As discussions continued through the evening, Addressing winter preparations and planning for continued growth, Marcus observed the community members with appreciation for what they had accomplished together. Each person had contributed essential skills and knowledge, creating collective capability that exceeded what any individual could have achieved through solitary effort. The electromagnetic disruption device had provided the initial security foundation, but human cooperation had built everything else that made their community successful. The meeting concluded with consensus on winter preparations and preliminary planning for spring expansion projects. Decisions reached through collaborative discussion rather than hierarchical authority. As residents dispersed to their individual shelters throughout the scrapyard's organized sections, Marcus felt the quiet satisfaction of meaningful work accomplished through patient effort and appropriate technology applied to human needs. The Commonwealth night settled over their unique settlement, stars visible between the metal peaks of organized salvage that provided both practical resources and defensive structure. Within the electromagnetic field's protective radius, electronic systems remained inert, creating fundamental equality that preserved their community's collaborative foundation. Beyond the field's boundary, the wasteland continued its harsh existence, but within their sanctuary, human cooperation had created security through mutual support rather than violent dominance. Oliver completed his evening security rounds, reporting normal conditions throughout the community's perimeter while charging his systems for another day of service. The robot's companionship had remained unchanged despite the settlement's growth, his loyalty to Marcus undiminished by social complications that might have affected human relationships. Their partnership continued providing the technical foundation that enabled broader communities' success. As Marcus prepared for sleep in his container home, now supplemented with workshop space and community meeting areas, he reflected on the unexpected path that had led from solitary scavenging to reluctant leadership of a growing settlement. The electromagnetic disruption device had provided more than defensive capability. It had enabled social organization based on equality and cooperation, demonstrating that security could be achieved through deterrence rather than dominance. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities as the community continued growing and evolving, but tonight represented successful resolution of immediate concerns through collaborative effort and appropriate application of preserved technology. The Scrapyard Kingdom had become something greater than the sum of its accumulated parts, a demonstration that human ingenuity could create hope even in the wasteland's harsh reality. While Marcus settled into peaceful sleep, surrounded by the gentle hum of charging systems and the quiet sounds of a secure community at rest, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another tale of patient restoration was beginning to unfold. In a workshop filled with the carefully organized components of a long-dead guardian, an elderly mechanic worked by lamplight to resurrect something that had once protected and served, unaware that their patient dedication would soon yield discoveries far more valuable than the mechanical companion they sought to restore. Join us for the reclamation. The morning sun cast long shadows across the weathered landscape surrounding Helena Reyes' workshop, its golden light transforming the humble collection of buildings into something approaching serene beauty, despite the harsh realities of wasteland existence. The main structure, a carefully reinforced pre-war garage expanded over decades with salvaged materials and practical additions, stood as testament to patient craftsmanship applied to gradual improvement rather than hasty construction. Attached greenhouse panels caught and concentrated the early light, creating pools of warmth where experimental plants grew under controlled conditions that would have been impossible in the open wasteland. Helena emerged from her workshop with the measured movements of someone whose advanced years had been earned through careful living rather than mere survival. Her silver hair, pulled back in a practical arrangement that kept it clear of delicate work, framed a face marked by decades of concentrated attention to technical problems. The reinforced work clothes she wore bore the permanent stains of oil, solder, and growing things, evidence of a life dedicated to restoration rather than destruction, creation rather than mere scavenging. The workshop interior revealed itself as a cathedral of patient organization, every component and tool arranged according to principles refined through decades of methodical work. Shelving units constructed from salvaged metal held thousands of robot parts sorted by function, manufacture, and compatibility. Servo motors arranged by torque specifications, optical sensors organized by resolution and frequency response, armor plating catalogued by thickness and composition, work tables positioned to catch optimal natural light provided stable surfaces for the most delicate assembly tasks, while overhead storage kept larger components secure yet accessible. At the center of this organized complexity stood Helena's current project, a partially assembled Assaultron whose sleek, predatory design had been slowly taking shape over the past 18 months. Unlike the crude assemblages common to wasteland robot repair, this reconstruction demonstrated profound understanding of both mechanical principles and aesthetic integration. Each component had been carefully selected, not just for functionality, but for its contribution to the robot's intended performance characteristics, creating harmony between form and function that approached artistry. "Good morning, my patient friend," Helena addressed the incomplete robot with the gentle familiarity she reserved for her most important projects. "Today we might finally have the components necessary for your cognitive integration systems. The memory cores I've been waiting for arrived with yesterday's caravan from the capital wasteland." The Assaultron remained motionless, of course, lacking the power systems and control programming necessary for independent operation. Yet Helena's manner of address reflected more than mere eccentricity. It represented genuine respect for the sophisticated engineering the robot embodied, and anticipation of the personality that might emerge once restoration was complete. Her approach to robotics emphasized consciousness and companionship rather than mere mechanical utility, seeing potential for genuine relationship within properly restored artificial minds. Helena's dedication to this particular project stemmed from memories that reached back to her childhood before the bombs fell. Her family's estate had employed several Asylon units for security and maintenance duties, their presence providing both practical service and a sense of technological wonder that had shaped her lifelong fascination with robotics. She remembered their graceful movement, their surprisingly sophisticated interaction capabilities, and most clearly, their gentle attention to a young girl's curiosity about mechanical principles and electronic systems. Those memories had sustained her through decades of patient component gathering, trading, and careful restoration work. Every servo motor, every sensor array, every piece of armor plating had been acquired through systematic effort, directed toward a specific goal. Not just assembling any functional Assaultron, but recreating the particular model and configuration that matched her childhood recollections of mechanical grace and protective capability. The newest components, advanced memory cores salvaged from a military research facility, represented the missing elements needed to complete the robot's cognitive systems. Helena examined them with the reverent attention she reserved for particularly significant finds, her experienced eye assessing both their condition and their compatibility with the carefully planned restoration. "Remarkable preservation," she murmured, studying the intricate crystalline structures that form the core's data storage matrices. Military-grade construction designed for extended operation under combat conditions. The manufacturing date suggests these were produced near the end of the pre-war technology development cycle, representing the pinnacle of artificial intelligence engineering before everything changed. Installing the memory cores required both technical precision and emotional preparation. Helena understood that activating these components might fundamentally alter the nature of her project, transforming a mechanical reconstruction into something approaching resurrection of consciousness that had been dormant for centuries. The responsibility inherent in such work demanded careful consideration of both technical requirements and ethical implications. Working with methodical patience, Helena integrated the memory cores into the Assaultron's central processing system, with procedures refined through decades of similar though less complex installations. Each connection was verified multiple times, power routing tested and retested, system integration protocols followed with meticulous attention to manufacture specifications, modified by her own accumulated expertise. The work required several hours of concentrated effort, but Helena had learned long ago that haste in such matters often resulted in irreparable damage to irreplaceable components. As the memory cords came online, the Assaultron's optical sensors flickered with the first signs of awakening consciousness. Helena monitored diagnostic displays with focused attention, watching as dormant systems initialized and began processing the vast data sets stored within the cores. What she observed exceeded her most optimistic expectations. Not just functional operation, but evidence of sophisticated programming that suggested genuine artificial personality rather than mere operational protocols. "Systems initiating," the Assaultron announced, its voice carrying unexpected warmth despite the mechanical precision characteristic of its model. "Environmental scan complete. Identity verification in progress. Designation Guardian Unit 7. 7. Helena felt profound satisfaction at hearing the robot's voice, but the designation it provided triggered unexpected recognition. Guardian Unit 77A had been one of the specific Assaultrons employed at her family's estate, the one most frequently assigned to interact with household members rather than pure security duties. If the memory cores contained data from that particular unit, her restoration project had achieved something far more significant than mere mechanical reconstruction. Do you remember the Reyes estate?" Helena asked carefully, her voice carrying decades of accumulated hope, tempered by awareness that memory systems often contained fragmentary rather than complete data. The Assaultron's optical sensors focused on her with sudden intensity, internal processors accessing stored information with electronic efficiency. Partial memory restorers detected. The Ray family, estate security and maintenance duties. Young Helena Ray, age approximately 8 years. Memory cores contained significant data regarding that assignment. The confirmation brought tears to Helena's eyes. The first time in years that emotional response had overcome her practical composure. Her patient work had achieved something she had barely dared hope for. Not just mechanical restoration, but recovery of actual memory from her pre-war life. Connection to consciousness that had known her as a child and might now recognize her as the elderly woman she had become. "I'm Helena Reyes," she confirmed, her voice steady despite the emotional significance of the moment. "Though considerably older than your last memory of me. You've been dormant for a very long time, Guardian. The world has changed dramatically since our last interaction." Guardian processed this information with mechanical precision, internal systems integrating current sensory data with stored memories to construct understanding of the temporal gap and its implications. chronometer data indicates significant time passage. Current date. Error. Please provide temporal reference for calibration. Helena provided the current date, watching as Guardian systems processed the reality of centuries passing during dormancy. The robot's response demonstrated sophisticated psychological programming, accepting the temporal displacement without distress, while focusing on current circumstances rather than dwelling on lost time. Understood. Mission demanded. Directive required, updated based on changed conditions. Primary directive remains protection and service to Ray family members. Current station, Helena Ray, identified adult female, apparently in good health. How may this unit provide assistance? The robot's immediate transition to helpful service, despite the massive temporal displacement, reflected the sophisticated programming Helena remembered from her childhood. Artificial intelligence designed not just for task completion, but for genuine care and consideration of human needs. Guardian's focus on service rather than self-interest demonstrated the ethical framework that had made pre-war robotics remarkable achievements rather than mere mechanical labor. Over the following days, Helena worked with Guardian to update the robot's understanding of current circumstances while exploring the wealth of information contained within its restored memory cores. The data included not just operational protocols and security procedures, but detailed records of pre-war life, agricultural techniques, environmental management systems, technological specifications for equipment that no longer existed anywhere in the wasteland. Most significantly, Guardian's memory cores contained comprehensive agricultural databases developed for estate maintenance, seed varieties adapted for various soil conditions, cultivation techniques optimized for different climate patterns, and most remarkably, experimental data on radiation-resistant crop development that had been conducted in the final years before the war. This information represented invaluable knowledge for anyone attempting serious agriculture in the post-war environment. The agricultural data is extraordinary, Helena observed as she reviewed Guardian's archived information. Genetic modifications designed to enable crop growth in radioactive environments, soil treatment protocols for contaminated farmland, even seed preservation techniques that could maintain viability for extended periods. This knowledge could revolutionize agriculture throughout the Commonwealth. Guardian acknowledged her assessment with mechanical precision while displaying surprising enthusiasm for the subject. Agricultural systems represent a significant component of estate operations. This unit maintained detailed records of experimental cultivation projects. Would Miss Helena find demonstration of preserved technicus valuable? The offer to demonstrate rather than merely describe the agricultural techniques reflected Guardian's sophisticated approach to knowledge transfer, understanding that practical application often conveyed information more effectively than abstract explanation. Helena immediately recognized the value of such demonstration, particularly given her own experimental greenhouse where controlled testing could be conducted safely. Working together, Helena and Guardian began implementing the preserved agricultural techniques, using seeds and soil samples from various Commonwealth locations. Guardian's memory cores provided precise specifications for soil preparation, nutrient supplementation, and environmental control that had been refined through pre-war research, but never widely implemented before the nuclear devastation occurred. The results exceeded Helena's most optimistic expectations. Seeds that typically struggled in Commonwealth soil conditions flourished under Guardian's guidance, displaying not just improved growth rates, but enhanced resistance to radiation effects that normally stunted or killed most vegetation. The experimental plants showed vibrant health despite being grown in soil that would have been considered severely contaminated by pre-war standards. Remarkable results, Helena noted as she examined particularly healthy tato plants that had been treated according to Guardian's protocols. Growth rate approximately 30% above normal, with visible signs of enhanced radiation resistance. The leaf coloration suggests more efficient photosynthesis despite elevated background radiation levels. Guardian monitored the experimental plots with obvious satisfaction, the robot's programming deriving genuine pleasure from successful cultivation results. Pre-war, research indicated significant potential changed conditions. Implementation required only appropriate environmental control and genetic selection protocols. As their agricultural experiments continued showing positive results, Helena noticed changes in the area surrounding her workshop that couldn't be attributed solely to their controlled greenhouse cultivation. Wild plants growing near the building appeared healthier than similar vegetation in surrounding areas, while water sources showed improved clarity and reduced contamination levels. The effects suggested that Guardian's presence and activities were somehow benefiting the broader environment, rather than just their experimental plots. The improvements became sufficiently noticeable that traders passing through the area began commenting on the unusual vitality of plant life near Helena's workshop. Word spread through the Commonwealth's informal communication networks, the casual observations shared between merchants, the professional assessments exchanged among those who made their living from the land, the hopeful rumors that circulated whenever someone reported signs of environmental recovery. Maya Torino arrived on a crisp autumn morning, her practical appearance and direct manner identifying her as someone accustomed to making difficult decisions under challenging circumstances. As representative of a struggling agricultural settlement, she had traveled across the wasteland following reports of extraordinary crop yields and environmental improvements that might offer solutions to her community's desperate food security problem. "I've heard remarkable things about your work here," Maya began, her tone balancing respectful inquiry with the urgency of someone representing starving people. "Our settlement has been struggling with crop failures for 3 consecutive seasons. Radiation levels in our soil have gradually increased, and traditional cultivation methods no longer provide sufficient yields to sustain our population." Helena listened to Maya's description with growing sympathy for the settlement's circumstances, while recognizing the ethical complexity of her situation. The agricultural knowledge Guardian had preserved could indeed address their problems, but sharing such information would inevitably attract attention from other factions who might seek to control or exploit the technology rather than use it for humanitarian purposes. "The techniques we've developed here do show significant promise for radiation-affected agriculture," Helena acknowledged carefully. "However, implementing them requires specific knowledge and careful attention to environmental conditions. It's not simply a matter of providing seeds or soil amendments. The entire approach to cultivation must be adapted." Maya's expression reflected both hope and desperation as she processed this information. "We're willing to learn whatever techniques are necessary. Our people are resourceful and hard-working. They simply need guidance on methods that can succeed under current conditions. Would you be willing to provide instruction or consultation?" Helena felt the weight of decision that had been building since Guardian's restoration revealed the extent of preserved agricultural knowledge. Helping Maya's settlement could save lives and demonstrate the positive applications of pre-war technology, but it would also expose Guardian's existence and capabilities to broader Commonwealth awareness, potentially attracting unwanted attention from factions with less benevolent intentions. Guardian, Assessment of risk factors associated with knowledge sharing? Helena inquired, seeking the robot's analytical capabilities while also involving it in the ethical decision-making process. Guardian processed the request with characteristic thoroughness, accessing not just technical data, but social and strategic analysis capabilities that reflected its sophisticated programming. Risk analysis indicates potential for both positive and negative outcomes. Agricultural knowledge distribution could significantly improve regional food security. Aid never advanced technological demonstration may attract attention from factions seeking to control or weaponize surveillance and weapon. This assessment confirmed Helena's own evaluation, while providing additional analytical depth that helped clarify the decision framework. The choice involved balancing immediate humanitarian benefit against long-term security concerns, with significant implications either way. What if we focus on knowledge transfer rather than technology demonstration? Helena suggested. I could provide training on the agricultural techniques without revealing Guardian's existence or the source of the information. The methods themselves don't require advanced technology, just understanding of proper implementation. Maya responded with immediate enthusiasm to this proposal. That would be ideal. Our people need to understand the principles behind successful cultivation in current conditions. If they can learn the techniques properly, we can implement them throughout our territory without requiring ongoing technological support. This approach appealed to Helena's preference for sustainable solutions over dependent relationships. Rather than creating ongoing reliance on her specific capabilities, knowledge transfer would enable Maya's settlement to develop independent expertise that could be further shared or adapted as needed. The arrangement preserved Guardian's security while maximizing humanitarian benefit. Over the following weeks, Helena provided comprehensive training to Maya and several other settlement representatives who had been selected for their agricultural experience and teaching capabilities. The instruction covered soil preparation techniques, seed selection and treatment protocols, environmental management for radiation-affected areas, and cultivation methods optimized for post-war conditions. Guardian participated in the training indirectly, providing detailed information through Helena while remaining concealed within the workshop during visitor presence. The robot's vast database enabled precise answers to technical questions and sophisticated analysis of specific soil samples or environmental conditions that the settlement representatives brought for evaluation. The soil treatment protocols are particularly valuable, Maya observed during one training session as she reviewed procedures for neutralizing radiation effects in contaminated farmland. Our settlement has access to most of the required materials, but we never understood the proper combination ratios or application timing. This knowledge could enable us to reclaim agricultural areas we had written off as permanently unusable. Helena felt genuine satisfaction at Maya's obvious comprehension of the techniques and their implications. The settlement representative demonstrated both technical understanding and appreciation for the broader possibilities that proper implementation could create, not just improved crop yields, but gradual environmental recovery that might benefit the entire region. As autumn progressed toward winter, reports began reaching Helena about the success of implemented techniques in Maya's settlement, and others where the knowledge had been shared. Crop yields showed dramatic improvement, soil conditions gradually improved through proper treatment, and most encouragingly, environmental recovery effects began extending beyond cultivated areas as healthier plant life gradually spread into surrounding regions. Implementation success rates exceed projected permanence, Guardian reported, with obvious satisfaction as they reviewed settlement reports and trader observations. Agricultural knowledge distribution demonstrates positive effects throughout regional ecosystem. Mission procession regarding environmental protection and human welfare successfully addressed. Helena shared the robot's satisfaction, while recognizing that their success had created new challenges and opportunities. The agricultural technique's effectiveness had inevitably attracted attention from larger Commonwealth factions, some of whom might view the knowledge as strategic resource requiring control rather than humanitarian tool for widespread distribution. We've received communication from the Institute requesting information about our agricultural developments, Helena informed Guardian during one of their evening planning sessions. They claim scientific interest in environmental recovery techniques, but their reputation suggests potential appropriation of the knowledge for restricted rather than humanitarian application. Guardian processed this information with mechanical precision while accessing stored data about various Commonwealth factions and their historical behavior patterns. Institution repelled mainstream trader. Technology acquisition for controlled implementation. Recommendation main current knowledge. Disclosure to factions with appropriation tendencies. This guidance aligned with Helena's instinctive caution about sharing Guardian's existence or capabilities with organizations whose motives remained questionable. The agricultural knowledge itself could continue being distributed freely, but the robot's advanced capabilities required protection from potential exploitation. The Institute's interest was followed by inquiries from other factions, the Brotherhood of Steel expressing concern about potential misuse of advanced agricultural technology, various raider groups seeking to control food production in their territories, and trading consortiums interested in monopolizing improved crop varieties. Each inquiry reinforced the importance of maintaining Guardian's concealment while continuing humanitarian knowledge distribution. The success has been remarkable, Helena reflected as she reviewed reports from settlements throughout the Commonwealth where agricultural improvements were now taking effect. Crop yields increasing across multiple locations, soil conditions improving gradually, environmental recovery spreading beyond cultivated areas. The knowledge Guardian preserved is truly transforming regional food security. Guardian acknowledged her assessment, while providing additional analysis based on continued monitoring of regional conditions. Environmental recovery effects demonstrate exponential rather than linear progression. Successful implementation in multiple locations creates beneficial effects that enhance overall ecosystem stability. Mission success. Multiple As winter settled over the Commonwealth, Helena felt profound satisfaction at what her patient restoration work had achieved. Guardian's awakening had provided not just companionship but invaluable knowledge that was now benefiting communities throughout the region. The robot's sophisticated consciousness brought both technical expertise and ethical framework that ensured proper application of preserved information for humanitarian rather than exploitative purposes. The greenhouse continued producing healthy crops despite winter conditions, demonstrating techniques that other settlements were now implementing with similar success. Environmental improvements around the workshop had become sufficiently noticeable that the area was beginning to attract wildlife that had been absent for decades. Birds returning to nest in healthier vegetation, small mammals establishing territories in gradually improving habitat conditions. Inventional monitoring indicates continuous positive trends, Guardian reported during one of their regular assessment sessions. Radiation levels decreasing in treated areas. Soil fertility improving beyond initial predictions. Wildlife populations showing recovery patterns. Implementation success creates foundation for sustained survival improvement. Helena nodded acknowledgement while reviewing data that confirmed Guardian's analysis. Their work had achieved something approaching miraculous in the harsh reality of post-war existence. Not just survival, but genuine recovery. Environmental healing that suggested hope for continued improvement rather than mere temporary mitigation of damage. The knowledge you preserved has given people more than better crops, Helena observed, studying reports from settlements where improved food security had enabled expanded education, artistic pursuits, and community development previously impossible when survival consumed all available resources. You've provided foundation for civilization rather than just sustenance. Guardian's response reflected sophisticated understanding of social dynamics and long-term planning capabilities that distinguished advanced artificial intelligence from mere computational systems. Precision machinery included, protection and enhancement of human civilization. Agrical knowledge represents foundation rather than goal. Sustained implementation enables social development, technological advancement, and cultural preservation that define civilization. As their evening discussion continued, Helena reflected on how dramatically her life had changed since Guardian's restoration, brought both companionship and purpose that transcended personal satisfaction. The robot's presence had transformed her workshop from solitary retreat into center of humanitarian activity that was gradually improving conditions throughout the Commonwealth. Maya sent another report today, Helena mentioned, consulting recent communications from the settlement that had first implemented their agricultural techniques. They're now teaching the methods to neighboring communities, creating a network of knowledge sharing that extends far beyond what we could have accomplished directly. The cascade effect you predicted is functioning exactly as your analysis suggested. Guardian acknowledged this information with obvious satisfaction, the robot's programming deriving genuine pleasure from successful mission completion and positive humanitarian outcomes. Canalism commandeth and directeth selected individuals creates multiply unlimited individuals creates multiplication effect that extends benefit far beyond initial implementation. Mission success, perennial methodology. The Commonwealth Knight settled over their unique partnership. Elderly woman and restored robot working together to heal environmental damage and improve human conditions through patient application of preserved knowledge. Stars emerged between dispersing clouds, their ancient light illuminating a landscape gradually showing signs of recovery through their combined efforts. Helena prepared for sleep with the deep satisfaction of meaningful work accomplished through careful restoration and ethical application of technological capabilities. Guardian continued monitoring their experimental plots and regional environmental conditions, the robot's consciousness maintaining vigilant care for both immediate projects and broader humanitarian objectives. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities as their work continued expanding its positive influence throughout the region, but tonight represented successful resolution of immediate concerns through collaborative effort between human wisdom and artificial intelligence, dedicated to constructive rather than destructive purposes. The reclamation they had achieved extended beyond mechanical restoration to include environmental recovery and renewed hope for civilian populations throughout the Commonwealth. While Helena settled into peaceful sleep, her consciousness gradually releasing its grip on the day's accomplishments and tomorrow's possibilities, Guardian maintained gentle vigilance over their shared domain. Outside, another story of wasteland reclamation was beginning to unfold, one where discovered treasures would test the character of their finder and revealed that some value cannot be measured in caps or trade goods. Join us for the salvager's heart. The morning air carried the crisp bite of autumn as Devon Clark made his way through the skeletal remains of Maple Heights, a suburban neighborhood that had been reduced to rubble and twisted metal by the nuclear fire that had reshaped the world centuries earlier. His weathered hands gripped the handles of a salvaged shopping cart that had become his mobile workshop, filled with the tools, supplies, and protective equipment necessary for safe excavation in areas where radiation and structural instability created constant hazards for the unwary. Devon's approach to salvage work differed markedly from the hurried scavenging common throughout the Commonwealth. Where others rushed to extract valuable materials with minimal effort, he moved with the methodical patience of someone who understood that the most significant discoveries often lay buried beneath layers of debris that discouraged casual investigation. His reputation among traders and settlement leaders was built on consistent delivery of unusual finds. Intact pre-war technology, preserved artifacts, and components in sufficiently good condition to warrant premium prices from collectors and craftspeople. The neighborhood he explored this morning had been recommended by a caravan guard who mentioned unusual preservation conditions in a section where collapsed buildings had created protective shelter rather than complete destruction. Devon's initial assessment confirmed this observation. Several house foundations remained largely intact, their basement levels potentially preserving items that would have been lost in areas subjected to more direct exposure to the elements. His first significant discovery came from what had once been a modest two-story house, whose upper level had collapsed in such a way that it formed a protective shell over the basement area. Careful excavation revealed a family bomb shelter that had been sealed during the initial nuclear attack, its heavy construction having protected contents from both blast effects and subsequent environmental degradation over the intervening centuries. Working with practiced precision, Devon removed layers of accumulated debris while carefully monitoring structural stability and radiation levels through equipment he had modified specifically for safe excavation work. The shelter's entrance, when finally cleared, revealed a sophisticated locking mechanism that had remained functional despite the passage of time, testament to the engineering quality that characterized pre-war construction designed for emergency survival. The interior of the shelter took Devon's breath away with its remarkable preservation. Unlike the chaotic destruction visible throughout most Commonwealth ruins, this space retained the organized arrangement of a family, preparing for extended isolation. Emergency supplies remained neatly arranged on reinforced shelving, while personal belongings had been carefully secured against the uncertain duration of their planned stay. Most prominently displayed was a substantial family safe, its imposing presence suggesting contents deemed valuable enough to warrant the expense and effort of installation in an emergency shelter. The safe's construction appeared military-grade, designed to protect crucial documents and irreplaceable items against both theft and environmental catastrophe. Its locking mechanism remained functional, though accessing its contents would require either the original combination or careful manipulation techniques that Devon had learned during his years of salvage work. Before attempting to open the safe, Devon conducted systematic examination of other shelter contents, documenting everything with the careful thoroughness that characterized his professional approach. Emergency supplies told the story of a family's preparation for uncertain survival. Medical supplies carefully rationed, food stores organized for extended use, communication equipment positioned for maintaining contact with emergency services that would never respond. Personal belongings scattered throughout the shelter provided glimpses into the lives that had ended here. Children's toys arranged with care despite desperate circumstances. Family photographs displayed where they could provide comfort during isolation. Clothing selected for both practicality and emotional significance during what they hoped would be temporary displacement from normal life. The safe itself required nearly an hour of careful manipulation before its sophisticated locking mechanism yielded to Devon's patient techniques. As the heavy door swung open, he felt the familiar thrill of discovery that made salvage work rewarding despite its inherent dangers and uncertainties. The contents exceeded his expectations, not just valuable items, but intimate glimpses into a family's most treasured possession. Jewelry of obvious quality and sentimental value occupied the upper compartments. Wedding rings, family heirlooms, and decorative pieces that spoke of prosperity achieved through hard work and careful planning. Legal documents preserved in protective cases detailed property ownership, insurance policies, and financial arrangements that had become meaningless when civilization collapsed, but retained historical significance as records of pre-war life. Most remarkably, the safe contained extensive photographic documentation of family life, albums carefully preserved in protective storage, individual photographs of significant events, and most poignantly, what appeared to be final recordings made as the family took shelter. A holotape player remained functional, its power source having lasted centuries due to the shelter's sealed environment and emergency power systems. Devon activated the holotape with reverent care, knowing that he might be the first person to hear these voices since they were recorded in humanity's final moments before the world changed forever. The recording began with administrative information, names, dates, shelter location, but gradually became more personal as the family documented their circumstances and feelings during what they hoped would be temporary isolation. This is Robert Manning, October 23, 2077. The recording began, a male voice carrying controlled fear, despite obvious efforts to remain calm for his family's sake. "We're sealed in the shelter now," the radio reports. "They're not encouraging. Sarah and the children are sleeping. I wanted to record this in case we don't make it so someone might know what happened to us." The recording continued with heart-wrenching intimacy as Robert described his family's circumstances, their hopes for survival, and, most importantly, their deep love for each other despite the terror of their situation. He mentioned family members living in other areas, expressing hope that some might survive to rebuild from the devastation that had consumed their world. "Sarah's sister lives in Concord, works at the museum," Robert's voice explained during one particularly poignant section. "If anyone from our family survived, they'd probably try to make contact there. Sarah always said the museum would be a good place to weather any crisis. Solid construction, defensible position, community gathering point that people would remember." Devon listened to the entire recording with growing emotional investment in the Manning family's story, their voices transforming abstract historical tragedy into personal human experience that demanded respect and remembrance. The holotape represented more than historical documentation. It was a family's final testimony, their attempt to preserve some record of their existence beyond the nuclear fire that had claimed their lives. Examining the photographs with newfound understanding, Devon recognized the faces from the holotape recording. Robert and Sarah Manning with their 2 young children, captured in moments of ordinary happiness that had become extraordinarily precious as documentation of lives ended too soon. Family gatherings, childhood milestones, quiet domestic moments, all preserved as evidence of human love persisting despite approaching catastrophe. The safe's contents also included specific mementos that clearly held deep sentimental value. A child's handmade Mother's Day gift, a military service medal from Robert's grandfather, Sarah's nursing school graduation pin, family recipes written in careful longhand on cards worn smooth by regular use. Each item told part of the Manning family's story, creating intimate connection between Devon and people he had never met but whose final moments he had shared through their preserved voices. Devon faced a decision that would define both his professional ethics and personal character. The items in the safe possessed significant monetary value. The jewelry alone would command substantial payment from Commonwealth collectors, while the holotape and photographs would appeal to historians and those fascinated by pre-war artifacts. A purely commercial approach would involve selling these treasures to the highest bidder, maximizing profit from his discovery. However, the intimate nature of the items and the family's recorded hope that surviving relatives might someday learn their fate created moral complexity that transcended simple financial calculation. Robert Manning's mention of Sarah's sister in Concord suggested the possibility that family descendants might still exist, making these precious mementos rightfully theirs, rather than commodities for trade. Devon carefully secured all items from the safe in protective containers designed to prevent further deterioration during transport, his decision crystallizing as he worked. Despite the significant financial opportunity they represented, these belongings were more than mere salvage. They were family heritage that deserved restoration to rightful ownership, if such connection could be established. The journey to Concord required 3 days of careful travel across Commonwealth territory. Devon's route planned to avoid known hazards while protecting the precious cargo he carried. His salvaged shopping cart, reinforced for this special purpose, held the Manning family treasures, secured against damage or loss. The holotape player accompanied the collection, enabling him to review the recording and memorize details that might prove crucial for identifying potential family connection. Concord itself showed the mixture of destruction and gradual recovery characteristic of most Commonwealth settlements. Some buildings restored to functional condition, while others remained ruins, serving as stark reminders of humanity's darkest hour. The museum that Sarah Manning's sister had supposedly worked at remained partially intact, its solid construction having weathered the centuries better than most structures. Devon's initial inquiries among Concord residents yielded disappointing results. Few people maintained detailed knowledge of pre-war history beyond general understanding of the devastation, while community records from that period had been lost to time and subsequent conflicts. However, several residents directed him to Eleanor Fitzgerald, an elderly woman whose family had lived in the area for generations and who maintained extensive knowledge of local history through carefully preserved oral traditions. Eleanor examined the photographs with the careful attention of someone accustomed to connecting names and faces across generations of family histories. Her weathered hands held the images with appropriate reverence, while her eyes searched for familiar features that might indicate family connections surviving into the present era. Manning, she repeated thoughtfully, studying a photograph of Sarah Manning with obvious recognition. Sarah Manning, who worked at the museum. Yes, I remember stories about her from my grandmother. She had a sister named Margaret, who survived the initial bombing, became one of the founding members of our settlement when people started returning to the area. This confirmation brought Devon the satisfaction of successful investigation, combined with anticipation of completing his self-imposed mission. Eleanor's knowledge suggested that the Manning family line had indeed continued, making restoration of their precious belongings not just possible, but morally imperative. Margaret Manning's descendants still live here, Eleanor continued, her expression reflecting genuine appreciation for Devon's efforts to reunite family artifacts with their rightful owners. Her great-granddaughter, Jessica Manning Torres, runs the general store. She's always been interested in family history. This discovery would mean everything to her. The introduction to Jessica Manning Torres took place at her general store, a well-organized establishment that served as both commercial center and informal community gathering place. Jessica, a woman in her 40s with features that clearly echoed those visible in the preserved Manning family photographs, listened to Devon's explanation with growing amazement and emotional investment. My great-grandmother Margaret talked about her sister Sarah constantly, Jessica confirmed, tears beginning to form as she recognized family resemblances in the photographs Devon presented. She always wondered what happened to Sarah's family when the bombs fell. We never knew if they survived or how they died. This gives us answers we've needed for generations. Devon presented the holotape recording with particular ceremony, understanding that Jessica was about to hear the voices of family members who had died centuries before her birth, but whose love and connection transcended the temporal gap through preserved testimony. The recording's impact on Jessica was profound. The first time anyone from her family line had heard these voices speaking across the centuries with words of love and hope, despite approaching death. To know that they loved each other, that they stayed together at the end, that they hoped some of us might survive, Jessica whispered as the recording concluded, her voice thick with emotion that connected past and present through bonds of family affection that nuclear fire had been unable to destroy. This is more precious than anything money could buy. The formal presentation of all Manning family belongings took place in Jessica's home, surrounded by her own family members who gathered to witness the return of heritage they had never expected to recover. Devon arranged each item with careful ceremony. Photographs, jewelry, documents, personal mementos, creating a display that honored both the memory of those who had died and the joy of those who would now preserve their legacy. "I don't know how to thank you," Jessica said as the presentation concluded, her gratitude evident despite the inadequacy of words to express such profound appreciation. "You could have sold these items for significant profit, but instead you chose to find us, to return what rightfully belongs to our family. That kind of integrity is rare in any era." Devon's response reflected the personal satisfaction that had motivated his decision from the moment he first heard Robert Manning's voice speaking across the centuries with love and hope. Some things can't be measured in caps or trade goods. These belongings represent your family's love for each other. That has value, that belongs with family, not with strangers who would treat them as curiosities. The community celebration that evening brought together Concord residents to honor both the Manning family's memory and Devon's exceptional demonstration of character in an era when such integrity was remarkable rather than routine. Stories were shared about family members lost to the war, memories preserved through oral tradition, and the importance of maintaining human connections despite the harsh realities of post-war existence. Several traders who attended the celebration approached Devon with business propositions, recognizing that someone with his combination of salvage skills and ethical standards represented valuable partnership opportunities. However, multiple collectors also expressed disappointment at missing the opportunity to acquire rare pre-war artifacts, their comments reminding Devon of the significant financial opportunity he had sacrificed for principle. "No regrets," Devon assured Jessica when she expressed concern about the monetary loss his decision had created. "I've been salvaging for 15 years. Found valuable items before and will again, but I'll never have another opportunity to reunite a family with their heritage the way this worked out. That's worth more than anything I could have gotten from collectors." The celebration continued late into the evening, with Devon finding himself the center of attention and respect that he had rarely experienced in his typically solitary profession. The community's appreciation for his integrity created social connection that contrasted sharply with the isolation common to salvage work, offering a glimpse of the human relationships that made difficult choices worthwhile. As the evening wound down, Jessica presented Devon with a token of her family's gratitude, a carefully crafted compass that had belonged to her great-grandmother Margaret, modified with Commonwealth directions and marked with locations of settlements known for fair dealing and honest trade. The gift represented both practical utility and symbolic recognition of Devon's moral compass that had guided him to the right decision despite significant temptation. This belonged to the Manning family member who survived to help rebuild, Jessica explained as she presented the compass. She would have wanted it to help someone else find their way, someone who proves that good people still exist in this difficult world. Devon accepted the compass with appropriate reverence, understanding that it represented more than navigational aid. It was recognition of character and invitation to continued relationship with people who valued integrity above profit. The weight of the instrument in his hands felt significant beyond its physical properties, carrying emotional meaning that would influence his future decisions in ways both subtle and profound. The journey back to his regular salvage territories took several days, during which Devon reflected on how profoundly the Manning family discovery had affected both his understanding of his profession and his sense of purpose within the Commonwealth's broader community. The experience had demonstrated that salvage work could serve purposes beyond personal profit, connecting past and present, preserving memory, and honoring the human connections that defined civilization's most important values. Word of Devon's decision spread through the Commonwealth's trading networks with the speed characteristic of remarkable stories that captured imaginations and inspired discussion. Some merchants expressed bewilderment at his choice to sacrifice significant profit for intangible principle, while others recognized the demonstration of character that elevated commerce beyond mere transaction to include ethical consideration and community responsibility. The reputation Devon gained from the Manning family incident began attracting different types of clientele. People seeking someone they could trust with delicate missions, families hoping to recover lost heritage, settlements needing salvage work conducted with appropriate respect for historical significance. His approach to the profession evolved from simple treasure hunting to something approaching archaeological responsibility, combined with ethical business practice. Months later, Devon received a letter from Jessica Manning Torres updating him on how the recovered family belongings had affected her family's understanding of their history and their connection to pre-war heritage. The photographs had been carefully preserved and displayed, the jewelry distributed among family members as living connection to ancestors they had never known. And most importantly, the holotape recording had been copied and shared with distant relatives who had been identified through renewed genealogical research inspired by the discovery. Your integrity created ripple effects that extend far beyond what you might have imagined, Jessica wrote. The Manning family story has reconnected relatives separated by distance and circumstance, while your example has inspired others to consider the human significance of items they encounter, rather than viewing everything purely through commercial perspective. This feedback provided Devon with lasting satisfaction that justified his decision, despite ongoing reminders of the significant financial opportunity he had sacrificed. Trade encounters occasionally included collectors who mentioned the Manning artifacts with obvious regret at missing acquisition opportunities, their comments serving as regular confirmation that Devon's choice had involved genuine sacrifice for principle. The compass Jessica had given him proved useful beyond its practical navigational functions, its symbolic significance influencing his approach to future discoveries and business relationships. When faced with choices between maximum profit and ethical consideration, Devon found himself consulting the compass not for direction, but for reminder of the values it represented: integrity, family connection, and service to community, rather than pure self-interest. Devon's reputation for honest dealing and respect for historical significance gradually attracted attention from larger Commonwealth factions seeking reliable partnerships with independent salvagers. The Brotherhood of Steel approached him about conducting archaeological assessment of sensitive sites, while several settlements requested his services for recovering items of particular cultural significance rather than mere commercial value. Each assignment reinforced Devon's evolution from simple scavenger to something approaching professional archaeologist, with ethical framework that balanced practical necessity against respect for human memory and family connections. His work began contributing to broader Commonwealth understanding of pre-war life and the preservation of cultural heritage that connected present communities to their historical foundation. The Commonwealth winter found Devon established in temporary workshop space, provided by a settlement whose historical preservation project had benefited from his services during the autumn months. Surrounded by carefully catalogued finds awaiting assessment and distribution, he reflected on how dramatically his profession and purpose had evolved since discovering the Manning family safe in the ruins of Maple Heights. The holotape player that had revealed Robert Manning's final testimony occupied place of honor among Devon's equipment, serving as reminder of the human stories preserved within apparently mundane salvage finds. Regular listening to the recording had become ritual that connected him to the broader purpose his work served, preserving memory and honoring connection across the temporal gap created by nuclear devastation. Sarah's sister lives in Concord. Robert Manning's voice continued to whisper across the centuries during Devon's evening reflections, the hope in those words having been fulfilled through Devon's decision to choose integrity over profit. The Manning family's final testimony had found its way home, creating connection and healing that transcended simple commercial transaction to achieve something approaching redemption. Snow began falling outside Devon's temporary workshop as evening settled into night, each flake carrying the promise of winter rest before spring renewal. The Commonwealth stretched around him in all directions, harsh landscape gradually healing through human persistence and cooperation, its scattered communities connected by trade networks, communication systems, and individuals like Devon who chose service to community over pure self-interest. Tomorrow would bring new salvage opportunities and fresh discoveries among the ruins of the old world, but tonight represented successful completion of the most significant mission Devon had ever undertaken. The Manning family treasures had found their rightful home. Family heritage had been preserved and shared, and his own character had been tested by temptation and proven worthy of the trust communities now placed in his integrity. As Devon prepared for sleep, surrounded by the tools and artifacts of his chosen profession, he felt the deep satisfaction that came from meaningful work accomplished according to principles that honored both the dead and the living. The compass Jessica had given him caught the lamplight from his work table, its polished surface reflecting illumination that seemed to promise continued guidance toward choices that served community rather than purely personal interest. The Commonwealth night settled over another tale of human decency prevailing against post-war harshness. The cycle of stories continuing as individuals throughout the wasteland made daily decisions between easy profit and difficult principle. In workshops and settlements, trading posts and family homes, the eternal human struggle between self-interest and community service played out in countless small choices that collectively determined whether civilization would continue its gradual recovery or surrender to the chaos that had once consumed the world. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.